Hello everyone, I'm back from my vacation. I hope you all had still a good time while I was away. I can say for sure that I had a really good time in Japan. So yeah, I got back on Friday evening, and since then I've been a bit struggling with jet lag. Normally, or the last time I went to Japan, I did not sleep in any flights. I didn't do that this time around either, but I don't know. I shouldn't have caught any jet lag because I went to bed on a normal time and every time, but yeah. For some reason on my tour back it caught me a bit. But yeah. So with that said, like I said, I'm still a tiny bit jet lagged, but I think I caught enough sleep this night to be able to stream again. So today we are looking over pictures I took on vacation, and after that I want to show some stuff I bought, which is actually not that I mean, it is not a crazy amount, but it's still a lot of stuff. But yeah, so without further ado, and with a relaxing background music that I will put down a tiny bit, let's look over some pictures, shall we? Just to be fair, if you're hungry, you probably should get some food while looking at the pictures. There are some really good food pictures in there too. So, I mean, but you can't go to Japan and not take any food pictures, right? But yeah. So, without further ado, let's switch over. And over here. Okay, that is even worse to see to see on the shared image than on my image. Yeah, I mean, starting a vacation with flight pictures is, at least for me, one thing I really like to do. I don't know why, but I really enjoy taking pictures of the flight path. At least when we flew to Japan, I went with two of my friends. I could sit on the window, so I had a lot of time taking pictures. I sift through a lot of images already. I actually, this is the funny part. I started yesterday until I was so sleepy that I couldn't really sift through pictures anymore, and needed to stop. And most of today, I actually also went through just pictures, because, like I said, I went with two other people, and every one of us took pictures, and some pictures from me were better, some pictures from my friends were better, and so I needed to look through all pictures. And after I already filtered out pictures that showed me or my friends or anything like that, I still had roughly around 1,000 pictures left. I mean, most of them were duplicates, I think, but still, it took a long time sifting through. But yeah, I think I'm kind of happy on how it looks now. So yeah, few pictures of the dark. We actually set right next to the wing. This is actually the wing with the tail light at the end, and I really like pictures of cities in the dark. So yeah, we started flying at 9 p.m. So it was already dark when we start flying. And because we flew in the direction of Japan, of course, it started getting bright really soon again. I was awake for the whole flight, which took, I think, 16 hours already. Because, yeah, of the flight direction from Germany to Japan, you actually fly through a lot of different time zones that are already in front of you, which makes the flight longer, and also you fly in the direction of the world spinning, so it also takes longer to get to your location. And because of the political climate, we couldn't take the direct path, because it would have brought us directly above Russia, which is not a good thing right now. So we needed to fly down first over Turkey and then through most of the other Asian countries down low on the continent. And that took a lot longer, so yeah. But like I said, it is pretty cool seeing the sun turn up on a flight. I took a lot of more pictures, but they were not that good. So yeah, one of just barely being able to see, then the sun coming up, and then we had a really cool landscape down below, which I also took a few pictures of. So yeah, and then yeah, that's the first picture of Tokyo, I think. Yeah, it should be the first picture of Tokyo, which I also really like. Right, that got mixed up, but yeah, that's a lot of ships in the ocean, which I thought was also really cool to just see this tiny ships that leave behind marks on the water that you still can see up from, I think, 10,000 meters up, which was our cruising height. So yeah, that's also pretty cool. Then a few cloud pictures. I sifted through a lot, but yeah. But I really like taking pictures from up above too, because clouds are pretty cool looking. For example, I think those look like cotton, like cotton fluff or something, like cotton balls. Right. It is really cool. I don't know. I just enjoy taking pictures, and yeah. So yeah, that is actually Tokyo, which is crazy if you think about that. It completely spans all the way, but Tokyo is just a huge city. But for being such a huge city, it is way cleaner than any other city I've ever seen before. So yeah, a few pictures from up above, and then we went in our kind of what's the word? Okay, we just went. There was a giant temple, or this temple near our hotel, and I thought that is also the first actually cool looking structure we found. So I took a picture from it, which was actually open still, so you could technically go inside. But yeah, I think I was awake now since above 30 hours or something, because we flew in the evening. So I was awake for the whole day. The evening we flew, I was awake for the next whole day. And we landed at 5 p.m. So I think that picture I took at 7 because we needed to get our bags and everything, and then, or it could even be 8 if I think about it. So yeah, it was already, I was really exhausted by that point. We just got to the hotel and I think nearly everyone just directly fell asleep. That's also kind of why, I mean, I took a picture, or someone took a picture from our hotel room view, which was actually not too bad. We could have had a lot worse. We were in the 11th floor. Yeah, in the 11th floor. And yeah, sometimes you have really bad luck and just have another building directly in front of your window. We had that in one other hotel room, so yeah. But yeah, that was basically our view. I didn't include the picture directly in front because the apartment building over here was actually not a hotel, but really just apartments. So yeah, I don't want to include pictures directly from someone else's apartment. That's just not, yeah. The other funny part, we came to Tokyo and the first thing the next day, it actually snowed, or hail and snow greeted us the next day, which was kind of insane. We didn't expect that actually, but it was the only time we actually got that crazy cold weather. The rest of the trip was actually really we got really lucky weather-wise. Most of the time it was around 15 to 20 degrees Celsius. So yeah, pretty nice weather in itself. But like I said, the first day, if you couldn't see Family Mart over here and stuff, you wouldn't believe that we were in Tokyo in the middle of March. My friend went 2 years before, and he said he had every day they had about 20 to 23 degrees Celsius in temperature, which is actually really warm. So yeah, we got it at the start a bit unlucky, but yeah. But yeah, it didn't take that long. I think that's still the same day. And yeah, it cleared up pretty fast. We got all sunny weather the rest of the trip except I think the last day we were in Tokyo, really the last day of my vacation, where it started raining again. But yeah, for the rest of the time we had awesome weather. For our first day, we kind of didn't realize, because everyone, or we all went to sleep so early, that most stores actually open up at 10 o'clock in the morning. So we woke up at 6 and thought, okay, let's just go around Tokyo a bit. And yeah, the funny part is we couldn't. We at some point managed to find a cafe that opened before 10. So we just sat in the cafe for, I think, 1.5 hours, which was nearly completely empty, and waited until stores opened up. But yeah, we found a really cool looking Hello Kitty food truck, which we took a big picture of. And then we went on Nakano Broadway, which is a huge shopping building in Tokyo. I can't remember which city part of Tokyo it is in, which district. I think it was in the middle, but I can't remember. It wasn't far from our hotel, so yeah, we just walked there. It is actually a huge building that advertises that it has 63 floors, which is kind of bad advertisement because I think there are 5 floors you can actually go for shopping, and the rest are just workspace rented out. And then you have the 63rd to 65th floor, which are cafes and a viewing platform. But yeah, they had some cool shops, like for example a Ghibli shop that had all Ghibli merch. It was pretty cool, and a lot of other stuff. There was also a Pokemon Center and a One Piece shop in there, so yeah, they just had a lot of different kind of shops in there. I mean, a lot of clothing stores and everything like that, so yeah. And after we got from the shopping district, from the shopping center, we just went down this alleyway where you could find everything from clothing to food to just everyday goods and everything. There were a lot of those shopping aisles in Japan that we visited, but that was kind of the first, so we also took a picture of it. And our first really good meal. You kinda got that plate over here with, you could decide if you wanted 1 steak, 1.5, or 2 steaks. Or was it even 3? I can't remember. Could be that it could that you even could order 3. But yeah, that was kind of fast fried on the outside, but still raw on the inside. And you have those small little tables over here that have fire sauce underneath it. I think it was an oil-based thing, but I can't remember directly. You can see that everyone has one, my 2 friends over here, and we all placed down I think after 2 minutes or so, they lit up the sauce, and the stone plate was kinda hot. But at some point we realized the lady that managed our table had said something about 10 minutes or something, or 5 minutes. And at some point we realized that she probably meant that we should wait at least 5 minutes until the plate is hot enough, because the first things we put on were really slow to cook. But I mean, it still worked, but the ones we put on afterwards were way better. Also, did the music stop for some reason? Not really, but also it doesn't really play. Okay, let me just find something else. Yeah, that works. So yeah, I think they said it's Wagyu beef, but not the A-class, but just normal Wagyu beef. It was not that cheap, but it tasted really good. I'm normally not really a beef kind of guy, but for that, I must say it tasted really good. You had different sauces you could put in, and some rice. And I mean, that's kind of what you normally always get. So some rice, a miso soup, and then your main dish to it. Which was actually always pretty good. I'm also not really, normally not really a fan of potato salad, but every time the potato salad in Japan was really, really good. So after we've eaten, or was it the next day? I think that was the next day. We went to one of the castles in Tokyo and wanted to visit it, but we realized that they had, I don't know, for some reason it was completely closed off. Over here to the side is a castle entrance, and every entrance we went to was closed off with guards standing in front of it, so we couldn't visit it, but that was fine. It's just really, really crazy. Normally you have a lot of buildings and everything up, but here you have a giant space that is just tiny stones. For whatever reason, they had a huge place in front of it, which maybe they have some attraction sometime around. I have no idea. But there's a huge place with tiny pebbles around, which was a bit crazy, but you can see it here on the side. All grass areas were really yellow. It seems to have not really rained a lot lately in Tokyo when we arrived. So everywhere when you went for any park areas or so, they were really, really crazy yellow, which also affects the cherry blossoms at the start. So we were a bit unlucky that we couldn't really see any cherry blossoms in Tokyo, even so they could have bloomed by this time around, but in the end we got lucky, and the last week we went back to Tokyo, we got a lot of pictures of cherry blossoms. But yeah, like I said, this is grass, so normally it should have been green, but it was completely yellow, so every area was completely dry. So yeah. The next morning, we just went around in Tokyo for that day. I think we bought the Shinkansen passes for the next location we wanted to visit, and I think we just went around in Akihabara, which we actually went a lot to in Tokyo. We already visited. I already visited this last time around I was in Tokyo, but yeah. This time around we just had more time, and Akihabara is just a really, really nice place. Even if you don't, well, if you're not crazy about anime, it still has a lot of good game centers and arcades, which we frequented a lot too, but more of that in the end. Yeah, for the next day, one of my friends is a really big enjoyer of mountain hiking, and he was itching for a hike, so we went on a hiking trip on on Oyama, which means just big mountain. And I didn't complete the trek, but it was still a really nice place. We went around 2 hours out of Tokyo, and over there were actually a lot more smaller buildings, more traditionally built houses. Let me just make the music a tiny bit lower, because I feel like I need to scream against the music. Okay. We hadn't really seen any traditionally, or even if we've seen, there were not really that many traditionally built buildings in Tokyo. in the areas we went to. But yeah, on the trip to Oyama, we found a lot of those buildings, which I really like. Just the Japanese building style is really up my alley. I realized it a lot. There will be a lot of pictures with traditional Japanese structures, because I love the building style of Japanese buildings. We went to a ryokan later on our trip, and that was just so cool. I have a lot of pictures over there too. But yeah, that later on. So for Oyama, that was basically where we landed. Down here was the bus station we came from, and then you are going all the way up here. So I tried a few of those panorama images, and I don't know, I kept those in mostly because I think they kinda work. I'm not really a huge panorama guy, but I think those shots look pretty cool, so I kept them in. For example, this one, which is kind of okay, I guess. So yeah, that's already halfway up the first part of the mountain. You had a lot of those stairs, which were actually pretty crazy to go up. I think all of them are around 20 centimeters high, which is a pretty huge step for anyone. Even for me, it was kind of exhausting to going up the stairs. But it was a really cool view, and really close to nature. And I mean, I can understand my friend too. We were in Tokyo now for 3 days, and every time you go outside, you have a lot of people outside. So for him to say, okay, I really want to go somewhere a bit more peaceful, I can understand. I'm really happy in cities as long as I don't get overrun by people, like you will see later on. I'm happy to just go around with even if there are a lot of people or a few people, I don't care. But yeah, we actually took a path you could have skipped because there's a is it a mountain train? I have no idea what it's actually called, but you have also a rope train. I have no idea. You actually had a train go up this first plateau over here, which you could have skipped. I think we went up for an hour or something like that, so you could have just skipped that part if you wanted to. And in hindsight, I actually should have done this, because that trail was really eating up my energy. Sadly, I hadn't really done a lot of hiking before, so I was just completely exhausted after we had the first third of the part. Or was it half? I think it was half the mountain you could have skipped. But yeah, I was nearly exhausted already, so I went a bit up further, but not the complete mountain. Which was also not too bad, because I didn't pack a thick jacket. Or I did pack it in my complete luggage, but not for this day, because I thought, okay, my friend said it is not that high of a mountain, so I thought, okay, I will be fine with just my normal cotton jacket and is it a trainings jacket? I don't know. Just a normal jacket for mild weather, I would say. But on top of the mountain, it actually was still there was still snow lying on the top of the mountain, so I was completely unprepared for the trek. In any case, it also got really cold already when we reached that point, which, when you can when you look at this view, was actually really crazy up already. I think it was about 400 to 500 meters in height already. And yeah, this is Tokyo from the mountain. I didn't take a picture from further in, but yeah, there's also a shrine to the left of here, which I didn't take a picture of, sadly. But yeah, you have those small in quotes, that was a medium-sized shrine or temple over here, and on the top of the mountain you had another one. So if you got up the mountain, you had reached the pilgrimage path and you could have become a monk if you wanted to. But yeah, like I said, I didn't actually go up the mountain completely. This part I still went, but it got more and more crazy to go up the steps, so it wasn't any more normal stairs you went up. It was more, yeah, mountain hiking. Like, I had hiking boots because I bought some just to go around, because I normally don't walk that crazy amounts. I thought, okay, I should have some comfortable boots for it, and so I went with hiking boots. But it was actually a pretty good decision for for this part over here. I had a friend that the other friend just went up with sneakers, and he complained a lot afterwards that all his sneakers were completely that his I mean, they weren't sneakers but sneaker-like shoes, and they were completely dirty and run through with water and everything, because, yeah, like I said, there was snow on the mountain, which I think I included some pictures of. Also, there's a frog statue for some reason in between here. I don't know why. Oh, I actually took a picture of. I wasn't sure if I included it. But yeah, a bit closer picture of that, and yeah. Like I said, this part I didn't see, but the other guys made pictures of it, so you have completely. They started to reach the snow zone on the mountain up, and the stairs just got more wooden and completely dirty and slippery, so they needed to be careful not to fall. And yeah, I'm kind of happy that I didn't go up that far, because if I actually fell, I would have hurt a lot. But yeah, it is still a cool place to visit, and if I had more time at the end of my vacation, I probably would have tried it again, just to see, after walking around a lot more, if I could have gotten to the top as well. But yeah, we had only 3 days in Tokyo until we needed to take the flight back, and yeah, I just didn't got the time to try again. If I had, I think, 2 more days, I would have taken 1 day to try it again, but yeah, I just didn't have the time. One thing why I include this picture is I still really find it funny that the name of the mountain is actually Oyama, which is just, that's the kanji for big and that's the kanji for mountain, and I think that's the combination for mountain top. So you have 2 times the kanji of mountain in itself, which is just funny to me. But yeah. Then the way back was also a bit peril laden, because those steps were really, really slippery as well. But there was a dragon statue. Actually, every dragon statue I found, I took a picture of, because I really, really like dragons. So yeah, oh right, that's a tiny shrine at the top of the mountain with a cave in the background. You could have gone in, but I think it was closed because of weather conditions. But yeah, you could have prayed to the mountain shrine at the top of the mountain. And that picture I just included because it looks like a magical mountain forest area itself. My friend took a picture because that's a trail over here, and to the left and to the right you just have a downhill area. So if you do one wrong step, it doesn't matter in which direction you fall, you will always roll down the mountain, which was really crazy. But yeah. But at the bottom of the mountain, it was just really nice and quiet. So, yeah, with a small, tiny river, or I have no idea if river is the right word, but yeah, you have just a small waterfall and waterway. And was it the day after? No, it was 2 days after, because after the trip, I actually caught a cold on that trip, because like I said, I didn't have the right jacket on, and it still got really cold, and I sweated a lot, so I sweated through my jacket. And so I caught a bit of a cold, and I took 1 day to recover before going on. So yeah, that's 2 days later. And we wandered to the Gundam base. So that's just, we walked to it. So that was, I think, 2 kilometers away from our hotel. And I just took a few pictures of the city in itself, which is still pretty beautiful. If you the path we took was near or was close to a really big street, but no car was actually riding there. I think I took also a picture of the bridge. Yeah. You have 4 to 6 lanes, I think, was it? Yeah, 6 lanes I think you had. 2 lanes here, 2 lanes in the middle, and 2 lanes on the other side. And there was actually no car going this way. It's not that I took a picture just when no car was around. There actually was no car for sometimes over 5 to 10 minutes on this way. Which was crazy, because it was in the middle of the morning. I think it was around 10 o'clock when we went there. And in every city I was before, there would have been a lot of cars, but I don't know. This on this day there was no car, nearly no cars, which was just crazy to me. And yeah, I also took a few pictures of buildings, which is just crazy, because I think that's an that is an apartment building, and I think on every side that is an extra apartment, which is just crazy, because if you think how many people just live in that one building is insane to me. That must be over 300 apartments or something like that, which is just insane to think about. But yeah, there was also a huge bridge just for walking through the city area, which is also pretty cool. And then we reached the Gundam base, which actually has a 13-meter tall Gundam at its entrance, which looks pretty cool in itself. And I'm not a really big Gundam guy, but just having that thing in your front lawn would be awesome. Yeah. And there was what is that car show called? I don't know. But yeah, that was basically a huge car show for people that had prints on their cars from different anime style to just motives in general. We didn't went down there, but it was huge. The area in itself was over here, and then it went on over to the side over here as well. So it was just a huge area with cars and everything. But yeah, like I said, we were still a tiny bit sick, so we didn't really go in that far. But before I continue, there's an ad upcoming, so I will take a short. We will take a short break over here. I just took a picture of it because for me it's just crazy. Normally there are car shows in... hi Jack. There are car shows in Germany as well, but it was just huge how many cars there were that were modded and had anime out on the side and everything. I just found that crazy. But yes, Jack, I hope you slept well after your 12-hour stream yesterday, or was it yesterday? I think it's yesterday for you too, right? Yeah. Nice. Yeah, you skipped the boring part. The funny part is we just wanted to go to the Gundam base over here, and it just had a giant car show on the other side. I don't know if you are a Gundam fan, but yeah, that thing is just massive. I think it's 13 meters tall, which is times 3 in foot, or around times 3, so... okay. So, yeah, it's about 39, or I think it's more, but yeah, about 40 feet high or something like that. So, pretty big, as you can see. Yeah, like I said, I'm also not really a Gundam guy myself, but seeing that thing is pretty neat, and you can totally fantasize about getting in there. Yeah. I mean, just seeing that thing in life size is just awesome, and you can totally see yourself just climbing in and trying to make it move. That would be awesome. But yeah, it was also really, really funny seeing a lot of birds just landing on it. I don't know, I just found the thought really, really funny that some bird is maybe building a nest in the inside of a Gundam in itself. That just is hilarious to me. But they probably look around for birds that try to build a nest and shoo them away. But yeah, I just think it's really, really funny if a bird actually manages to build its nest inside of a Gundam. So we have a bird Gundam pilot. But yeah, next to the Gundam base was a car show which we just looked at from the distance. And then we have our first English, Japanese English sign. We found a few of those, but that was our first. Become men's hair is a really, really funny, really funny sign. I think it was a barber shop or something, but I don't know. Become men's hair is... We discussed this, and nobody of us wanted to become a men's hair, so we didn't went in. But yeah, we have a few signs that were just so funny. Yeah, we went to Anime Mecca, of course, a few times too. That was just... they had a few times when they completely blocked the streets and everybody could just walk on the street, and that was one of those times. That's Akihabara, with the streets closed so everybody could just move around. Which is just insane if you think how many people actually are in Akihabara. The Game Panic Tower over here where was our main arcade tower we went to. I think, yeah, the pictures at the end have a few pictures with my favorite game I played there. So I will do that later on. I just, in general, Akihabara is just looking so cool. You have a lot of buildings that have giant anime posters on the side. You have buildings that have 9 different shops in every floor. So you have 9 different billboards on the side that show which shop is where. Or you have shops that have a floor map like this that shows, okay, B1 means underground. The first underground floor has Windows products. First floor is actually the ground floor, because in Japan they don't have something like a ground floor. It's the first floor is the ground floor, where you have iPhones and stuff. Then you have Mac and everything like that. That should be terebi, yeah, a television, and recorder, so probably TV cameras or something like that, and yeah, some other hi-fi stuff. I mean, Akihabara is nowadays the anime mecca, but back in the day it was the electronic area, so everything electronics like you could buy. I think in the 80s, I think it was the 80s when Akihabara was known as the electronics the electronics part of Tokyo. And you still have that. You have a lot of big electronics outlets or tiny shops that sell you every cable ever known to man, which I sadly didn't take a picture of, but there were a lot of those tiny shops too. But yeah, nowadays there's just a crazy amount of anime stuff over there as well. For example, gacha pons, which are just small capsules that you can buy for different prices. For example, this one is for 400 yen, so it's 400 yen, because for some reason in Japanese it's N, not yen, but I don't know. But yeah, I also have, I don't know why you want that, but you have on every picture somebody who's crying, except for Itachi, who is just smiling, which is also just really, really funny to me. So our next stop was Nagoya. Let me just... So I put on Google Maps as well. Yes, it shows nice. So yeah, we started actually in Tokyo. We landed in Haneda Airport and went into Tsukiyama. I think that should be over here somewhere. That's Akihabara. I don't know. Yeah, we spent our first 5 days in Tokyo, and then from Tokyo we took the Shinkansen and went to Nagoya, which is also a pretty big city, but a lot less touristy than Tokyo in itself. So that's Nagoya City Hall actually, which we actually needed a few moments to figure out what it was, because we couldn't really find a sign or anything. It just looked pretty cool, but yeah. That's also the TV tower of Nagoya, which is kind of sad because you can't really go on top over here. That was just not for tourists. We couldn't find any way. You could only go to the viewing platform that was a tiny bit above. Which is kind of sad because there were not really that many huge buildings in a way, so you could have gotten a really good view on top over here. But yeah. Then one thing a friend of mine complained a lot about, Japanese style lasagna was lasagna with fried shrimp on top, or I think they also had some other stuff that they could have put on top of the lasagna, and he just was appalled to the devastation to Italian foods. But yeah, I just found it funny, and he was really angry at some point about it. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I guess it's not Italian it's not lasagna anymore if you put fried shrimp on top, but I don't really see a problem. There are some crazy things that is done with Italian food already, so I don't know. But yeah. And in Nagoya, we actually got the first glimpse of cherry blossoms, because in this, which was really funny, because the street we just went down here was the only street. There were every side street and so on also had cherry blossom trees, but they didn't bloom. That was the only street, and only one street where those cherry blossom bloomed already. I don't know why. If you just went one street further to the side, they didn't bloom, but yeah. So I took the opportunity and took a picture of our first cherry blossoms. And our next English thing we found was actually pretty cool, but I don't know why Uncle Sam is pointing at us and say, "I hope you find something you like," which is actually a pretty neat thing in itself. I found it really cool, but it was also really funny. I don't know. I like the sentiment below, but just having Uncle Sam stare into your soul and say, "I hope you find something you like," is just completely awesome to me. I don't know, and really funny. Oh yeah. I found a dragon statue, which I of course needed to take a picture of. I think every dragon I found I took a picture of, and this one was really, really cool. I think it was a fountain, but sadly it didn't. It was not active. I also didn't translate that down below. Maybe it said something about that it wasn't active because of some reason, but yeah, I don't know. one of the first shrines in Nagoya we found. The weather actually was on that evening a bit bad because it started to rain, but yeah, it was only that evening, so it wasn't that bad. I tried another panoramic view, which actually came out pretty well, I think. That was a huge shrine, a huge temple in the middle, and we came from over here in the shopping district and went down this side. I just realized afterwards that, I don't know, most people were fine, but for some reasons there are some boots over here that don't have any owner, and some people over here that Matrix glitched, which is really funny. I don't know. And a cherry blossom tree. Yeah, some other temple pictures. I took this picture because it's just crazy how different buildings in Japan sometimes are. You have a giant, newly built apartment complex, and then you have this tiny restaurant over here. I think it was a restaurant, which has a door that was really low, so I needed to duck to get into, and yeah, the contrast of buildings is just insane. But I found it really, really cool in itself. I just love Japanese original buildings, and it looked really, really cool, the contrast between, so yeah, I needed to take a picture. And that's another contrast. I've never before in my life seen a Ferris wheel that is part of a building. So I don't know why, but you can go on the Ferris wheel through the building. I don't know. I saw that and I couldn't believe that it actually was built that way. I don't know. I've seen a lot of Ferris wheels in my time, but never being really part of a building. That was just crazy to me. Then we have some other food. That was the food of a friend of mine. I think it was labeled as a croissant, but he said that it's except for the name, it didn't have anything to do with the croissant, but it was really, really tasty, so I believe him. Then we have an art installation, is the word I was looking for. That was just a statue lying on the ground for some reason. It also was well endowed. I didn't take that picture into the collection, but a friend of mine also took a picture from the back, and he's well endowed. Yeah. Why you would put that into the statue, I have no idea, because there were children running around as well, but sure, why not? And right next to that art installation, because the art installation was part of the art museum, but that was closed sadly that day, was a science museum, which had the different stages of a rocket in front of it, and then we went inside. Sadly, we couldn't really take that many pictures of it. That is the rocket engine, and it had dinosaur skeletons in it as well. So it was just I don't know if you've seen anything like that, but it was an interactive science museum for mostly for children. You could do something like how are waves produced, or so you could pull and push levers to produce waves, or fill buckets, and you have robot pulley systems to show how rope and pulley systems translate rate reduction through the rope and pulleys. and everything like that. It was really, really cool. But we went on a day, on a Tuesday, which seems to be a normal a day off for most people in Japan for some reason. I haven't really I didn't really understand why, but it seems like Tuesdays are kind of the day off, like Sundays or so, for us over here. So yeah, there were a lot of children just playing around. So I mean, sure, it was for children, so it wasn't a big deal. But yeah, so we couldn't really test out anything. But they also had a giant planetarium on that building as well, which we actually went to. Because everything was in Japanese, they had a huge show and everything. I kind of understood, I think, 30 to 40% of what they talked about until they started talking about interstellar rays and atomic particles and stuff like this. That went totally over my head because I couldn't really, I really didn't understand the words they were using. But everything before that about constellations, everything was pretty doable and understandable for me. And they had a special exhibition about birds. So you had penguins and other stuff. And that was a building outside. So this giant globe on the side over here was a planetarium. You had the first half of the globe was other exhibitions and science installations, but the top half was a complete planetarium with a lot of seats, actually, and it was pretty cool. After we went to the Science Museum, I think that's Nagoya Castle. Yes, it is. Okay, yeah, after we went to the Science Museum, we went to Nagoya Castle, which actually was also pretty cool, and you could actually take pictures inside. Also, I could take a picture of a close-up cherry blossom. And that was a bit strange. Around the castle, where we normally would have expected to flow water, they have deers for some reason grazing, which was strange. But they even had a little shelter for them, so it seems to be normal. But it was a bit strange seeing deers in the castle. Around the castle, but yeah. I mean, sure, why not, right? But yeah. The structure was actually really, really cool. They must have rebuilt the castle pretty recently because... oh yeah. The other thing I started doing, I took pictures of manhole covers. They have for different regions, they have different manhole covers. For example, for Nagoya Castle, they all had the same manhole cover that looked like this. And later on, I think for Nagoya itself, I also took a picture. But yeah, we couldn't go into the huge castle part because it was still under reconstruction. But we did go into this part over here, which should be coming up next. I think that's the Lord of the Castle, but I can't remember. But yeah, this is the inside of the castle, which, like I said, it looks absolutely new. So every beam and every paper door and everything looked really, really new. So it must have been built in the last 10 to 20 years for sure. I think they mention it somewhere, but I can't really remember right now. I also reduced the pictures a lot because I think we had about 100 pictures from the castle inside, and I mean it does look really, really cool, but I don't think 100 pictures actually was showing for it. But they had a lot of different animal pictures and stuff. Tigers, I can remember they wrote that fact down. Tigers are actually not in Japan, so they are not natural inhabitants of Japan. So in the time frame of where this castle was built originally, nobody in Japan actually had seen a tiger. So the only thing they had to know how a tiger looks and walks were description from China or pictures that were drawn from China. So every tiger you see over here looks a bit strange because they never really seen a tiger before. They just drew what they expected a tiger to look like. So that's why they are looking so strange at some parts. But everything else, for example, the cherry blossom trees and birds, they look really beautiful. That was the ceiling that they reconstructed. That was also really, really cool looking. And that is a wood carving. Let me just take a short sip because I... Okay. Yeah, they had a lot of those wood carvings that were also really cool. It's 3-dimensional, so it's not 2-dimensional. It's completely 3-dimensional with flowers and everything. That was also really, really cool looking. And every door that is in the middle, you have the emblem of the local clan or lord of the castle. I can't remember which one was in Nagoya, but that was his emblem. And everywhere in the castle you had this in the middle of everything, but those were just to open the doors in itself, which are really, really intricate. I think it was... in the past it might have been golden, but now I think it's... is it messing in English too? I have no idea. But yeah, gold looking like things, so yeah. But still very, very beautiful. On every beam you also had... I think those are squirrels and grapes. So yeah, those doors were also really, really cool. If I could have a building in the future, or if I ever will get a house myself, I will definitely want to have doors like those. I really, really like the wooden or paper like doors that you can slide. So sliding doors, it's just awesome. Like I said, beware in a ryokan later on, and I love those doors. I don't know. Yeah, that was something I found really strange, because that is a fireplace in the middle of the room. So you have tatami mats on the side, and then you have a fire pit in the middle, and what's the word? Smoke escape, or I don't know what the word is right now, but yeah, something used for the smoke to escape. So I kind of would have understood it if it's on the side, but in the middle of the room is a bit strange to me still. And yeah, that was the inside view on the castle outside. And afterward, we just went through the city, and that's also another contrast I find really, really interesting. You have a shopping mall with shops to the left and right, and just in the middle, you have a shrine. So you just have the entrance to the shrine, and then you can go in here, and you can see the end of the shrine over here. And it's just in between buildings, you all of a sudden have a tiny shrine that you can visit, which is, I love it. I don't know, it's just awesome. And I also really, really love those stone lamps. Afterwards we went to a park, and while going towards the park, we also went to another shrine area, which had those huge stone plates with text on it that were just barely readable anymore. But yeah, it also looked just awesome. You have I don't know, I just found it really, really cool that you have a shrine area or temple and everything, and surrounding this temple is just normal buildings. So it's not like a church or anything where you have just a church building and then around the church you have a garden or whatever. So it's spaced out between anything like a church and normal buildings. No, you sometimes have the shrine surrounded by high buildings or anything. So yeah, I don't know. It's interesting to see for sure. Then we had more trees, which had really, really cool flowers. So that's why we took pictures. And a dam. Oh yeah, and this was just another street we walked down, and we had one building that had really, really cool looking trees and Japanese style architecture. And one thing I still found fascinating, because at least over here in Germany we don't have that anymore, but power lines that just go everywhere. But after I was thinking about it, it actually makes total sense that Japan never really went for underground cable management in electric wise or power line wise. Because if you think about it, if your country is earthquake prone, then putting cable inside the earth is really, really counterproductive. Because if the earth is splitting up and the cables are disrupted this way, you need to open up the street to repair the cables. If it's just airlines, so if the power lines are in between buildings, sure, the cables can fall and everything, but as soon as there's an earthquake, you probably cut the power in any case that is running through the cables. And yeah, even if they fall, okay, yeah, you can build another pole to hold the cables up and then put the cables back on. So it's way easier to repair and everything. At least that's my conclusion why they still have power lines that just run this way. And yeah, I realized afterwards, after I took the picture, that this is a gravesite next to a shrine, so it doesn't look that way if you just look at, but yeah, those are gravestones. So yeah, and we had a discussion after we reached that point, because that looks like every staircase in every anime ever. And there's a very very popular staircase in Tokyo that tourists that know animes go to every time for I think it's Your Name is a movie of the anime that popularized this staircase. And we just had a discussion that you can just go to the countryside and the staircase looks nearly the same as in your name, and you don't need to wait to take a picture because there are 100 or 1,000 people around you. So that's why I took a picture of that one as well. Then we went to a little bit of a bigger shrine, which even had a bit of a a few of Torii gates we went through as well. It was a shrine dedicated to dogs, which you can see over here. You had one statue of a dog that has 100 tiny dogs you could buy on the shrine premises itself to put on the statue, which is just so cute. As you can see, there's a lot of little doggies just sitting around this the statue, which I think looks really, really cute. It looks like you have this huge dog that has a lot of puppies. Yeah, then that area wasn't that special in itself, but it was a bit windy that day, and as you can see, you have this text over here that all made a sound, so it was a bit eerie when you stood in the middle of the room and there was wind blowing to the side, just rustled and tingled and everything. So yeah, it was a bit eerie standing in the middle, but which made it a bit more special in itself. Then I found another cool looking flower tree. I don't really know what kind of trees that were, but I can't really think of any trees, because it was really a tree in Germany that have those huge white flowers, but which looked really, really cool, at least as long as you didn't look on the ground, which had a lot of brown flower petals, sadly. But if you just had it on a tree, it looked really, really beautiful. Oh yeah, and this tree kinda looked unreal. I kind of felt like that it was more modeled than anything, because it looked so perfect, as if done with a computer or anything. But yeah. That should have been the next morning. Yeah, that's the next day. After we walked through the city, we went to the ocean and found 3 museums next to each other. The first one is, or the first one you could see is this ship here on the side, which is actually one of the ships that were used for Antarctic travel. So in the past, that ship was one of, I think, the only one at the time that was used for to go to Antarctica and back, and they built a museum inside of it because of it. Yeah, on the side, because we were near the ocean, it was all, the other ones were all about nautical travels and everything. So this is an old Japanese boat they built to go to China and other places, which I also found really, really cool looking. It's a model, of course, but yeah. And they had a scale image that showed how the tsunami at, I think it's in 1960 or something like that. There was a huge tsunami that destroyed part of the city, and that was kind of a replica on how it looked like, which is really crazy. How I mean, I've never really seen a tsunami myself, but we sometimes get floodings or something in Germany. But yeah, it's just insane how water can destroy stuff. Yeah. Right next to those museums was a huge aquarium and water show park, but one of my travel companions is not really a fan of aquariums because he thinks it's animal cruelty, especially if it's a dolphin or whale show where they put on a show with what's it called? I don't know, a dolphin show or anything. So because dolphins are pretty intelligent, and so he thinks that it's animal cruelty. So we didn't went there. But yeah. Alright, from this vantage point we went into that ship, which had mannequins inside that showed how people were manning this ship. This was a canteen, and you don't want to know how often I needed to be careful not to hit my head on anything, because those doorways were really not for someone like my size. But yeah, I don't know. That is an infirmary, which kinda looked strange to me. I don't know what this doctor is doing, but yeah. Yeah, then. Alright, another contrast on Japanese structures. You have on the right side a completely new balcony. On the left side, how the balcony on the other side probably looked before he rebuilt it. I don't know why he decided to only rebuild one of the balconies, but while I would go on the right side, I would never go to the left side. I don't know. It's just crazy. And you had a few buildings that had partly reconstructed areas and stuff. So I don't know. It was really strange. Another beautiful flower picture and a shrine. And oh yeah, that was our last day in Nagoya, and the tree now had also a few leaves, not only petals, but it's which also looked pretty beautiful. So I took a picture of it. So next we went to Kyoto from Nagoya. I can show. Let me show you the map again. So yeah, from Nagoya, we next went to Kyoto/Osaka, because Kyoto, Osaka are so close next to each other. You can actually go in half an hour or so from Kyoto to Osaka. So we stayed in Kyoto for 5 nights again. Yeah, 5 nights. And we had 2 day trips to Osaka, and also one to Nara, which is also pretty close. And on our first day in Kyoto, we actually went to one of the bigger shrines, because there's a lot of shrines in Kyoto in itself. But it is also, because it is such a popular area for shrines, you you come close to the shrine and all of a sudden you feel like you went into a convention center or anything, because you can only walk in tiny steps and march toward your target, with a lot of stores to the left and to the right, which still look pretty beautiful, but there are a lot of people there. It's crazy. I mean, as you can see, even here, when you reach the temple itself, you barely have any space where you don't see any people. It's just completely overrun with people. But because it is a huge temple and it is a bit above, you can actually see Kyoto from up above, which also looked pretty cool in itself. Then we went a bit on a side street, which didn't have any people inside, luckily. And I found this, I'm not entirely sure what it was in hindsight, but yeah, it looked pretty cool. Oh yeah, that one I found really, really cool. You have the huge shrine to the side over here, and there's just a small building. I don't even think it was a shop. It might have been just a building for the housekeeper or gardener or whatever, but it just looked so strange because you have the huge temple ground to the side over here, and then you have just a tiny shack over there. And then we found a huge Buddha statue we went into. That you could actually go inside. On the bottom of the statue in itself was a corridor. You can go through the feet of the Buddha statue in itself. The temple grounds were around the Buddha were. I mean, every temple ground we went to was just really, really cool looking, with plants and everything around. So one of my favorite pictures, that's why I posted already on Twitch, is just cherry blossoms, and then those two lanterns on the side is just very, very photogenic. Yeah. That is still in the middle of Kyoto, with inside the temple area. You just have a bamboo forest for some reason. I don't know why, but yeah. Yeah. Alongside that river, on the left side, you have a lot of normal or Japanese-style buildings. And on the other side, you just had a bit more modern-looking buildings, which I also find pretty cool, that it's just divided by the riverside in itself. Yeah, next day, we went to Senbon Torii, which just translates to 1,000 torii gates, which you can see here. You have first a small area that you go around here, and then you can go high up the mountain through even more torii gates. And yeah, you just really had 1,000 torii gates you are walking through. But sadly, not alone, because the area, at least at the bottom, where you don't need to go up the mountain, was just overrun with people again. So yeah. But as soon as you go up the mountain, all of a sudden, no people, because you need to actually, it wasn't that bad, but you just need to exert some more energy to go up the mountain. And that prevented a lot of people to actually go up there, which was really, really nice. So you can actually be more peaceful going up the mountain. And it looked actually pretty cool. As soon as you get up there, you have small areas where it kind of looks anime style, like there is some demon or something sealed inside a stone statue or anything underneath the mountain, and has a lot of guarding dogs. Now that I think about it, it actually looks like these dogs look into my camera as well. So yeah, I don't know. Also, you had always all shops. You could buy those tiny replicas of Torii gates and write something on them to make a wish or anything, which was interesting, but nothing I did. Yeah, when we went down, we found another bamboo forest and went through it, which also was pretty cool. Then I think, was it the next day? No, it was in the afternoon, right? In the afternoon we went to Kyoto Castle. I just needed to take a picture because around the castle there was actually a moat, and I don't know, the green water just looked so beautiful. There's actually tiny fish in here all everywhere, but yeah, the water just looked so green and beautiful when the sun fell on it. Sadly, inside Kyoto Castle, you couldn't take any pictures, like in Nagoya Castle. They had it everywhere that you can't take any pictures, and so, which is kind of sad because this one is actually either restored very much more time than Nagoya Castle, so long ago, whatever. But yeah, before I continue, there's an ad upcoming, so there's an ad running, so we will pause here for a moment, which gives me actually time to take a sip because I really need to take a drink. Give me a sec. Okay, I'm back. It's nearly over as well, which is nice. Yeah, I must say, we had a lot of castles and temples, and so we went through we just visited the most popular ones, because none of us is really religious or anything. But yeah, if you are there, those are the you need to at least we thought, everyone of us thought so. We needed to at least have a look at the most popular buildings and touristy sites. True, but yeah, still. That's one of the few things I kinda would have done differently. I would have planned 1 or 2 days more in every region, because seeing every touristy or sightseeing spot is pretty nice, but as soon as you've done that, you can just walk through the city and explore a bit more. And I would have enjoyed actually walking a bit more through the different cities like Nagoya and Kyoto, to see other sites than the tourist spots. But yeah, for next time for sure. I've now, at least in most of this region we went, we seen the tourist spots for sure. So next time you can just walk through the building area, the normal areas, and see if you can find some interesting spots, which at least for me I normally can. So yeah, like I said, in Kyoto Castle you sadly couldn't take any pictures inside, which is kind of sad because the castle itself doesn't seem to be renovated, but actually be kept as it is. It had actually some really cool floorboards, which were, at the start I thought they had speakers that played some bird sounds and so, but later on they had a description that the floorboards have tiny pipes or something like that make sounds when somebody walks over them. So because were a lot of people walking through the building, you had, it actually is called Nightingale Floor. You had just the sound of a lot of birds that just chirped or anything in the building. So you were followed by bird sound everywhere you walk, because all the floorboards had this nightingale sound effect, which was really, really cool, but a bit disturbing at the start. Yeah. But around the castle was also a really cool garden area, and so and a moat with a lot of carps and kois. So somebody actually threw in some fish food, and I took a picture as soon as every fish came up to grab his own bit. But yeah, the garden area was actually pretty cool looking. You had this temple, I think it's a watchtower over here that overlooked the area to the side, which I took a panorama picture of. And yeah, sadly there were a lot of construction going on everywhere we went. Kind of like in Germany, in Japan also there seems to be construction going on everywhere you look, but it wasn't that overwhelming, but you could always find a construction site near you, sadly. But cherry blossoms. We didn't really have Hanabi, which is a cherry blossom viewing in general. We couldn't do that because everywhere we went, the cherry blossoms weren't really completely open yet, but we at least found most of the time at least one tree that had completely opened up the cherry blossoms. So yeah, that was nice. That is Osaka Castle, which is just a museum on every floor, and the top floor is a viewing platform. Sadly, you couldn't take many pictures inside of the museum, but there's a new manhole cover, so that's also nice. On the ground floor, they had actually a few things you could photograph. That was that stone replica of, I think, a shrine on the premise, but I'm not entirely sure. I can't remember what it said on the text. This is a replica of one of the golden buttons on the top of the castle, I think. And oh yeah, and they had a miniature army that was, I think, also a replica of the tapestry they put out. And the tapestry in itself is insane. Those two are pictures from the tapestry. I took a picture of the tapestry in itself, and if you zoom in, you can actually see the faces of different people on the tapestry. And this is the tapestry I photographed. So you can zoom in, and for example, you can find this guy down here. So they had. It's so detailed that you actually can make out which kind of people they portrayed, which is just insane, because the tapestry was actually as tall as I was, I think, or if even. So that's crazy detail for this time period. And we have another. I mean, it's not crazy English, but I just thought, I think that should be a head, but the first time I looked at it, I thought, okay, be careful of UFOs, because that just looks like a spaceship, if you ask me, an alien spaceship. I don't know. But yeah, that's why I found so funny, so yeah, I took a picture of it. But yeah, what it was actually was that you should be careful, because that is a viewing platform. Yeah, that is the viewing platform on the top of Osaka Castle, and there were actually pretty strong winds around, so that picture makes total sense, but it just is strangely, I don't know. It looked like a spaceship, but yeah. Let's restart the music. Oh yeah, it was a really good view from on top. As you can see, a lot of people. That is actually the line you need to take if you want to visit the castle itself. And it had, even if you go through that line, I think over here it has a tiny. Has a warning that it takes an hour from this point to actually go inside the castle, which is crazy, because they have 4 ticket machines where you can just take your ticket for to visit the castle in itself, but it still takes an hour. I mean, not really an hour, because we also kind of got in line over here, and I think it took us 40 minutes of waiting time until we got to the ticket machine, but still, it was 40 minutes. But as soon as you get inside, you can either take the stairs or you can take an elevator, and for the elevator there was another line that definitely took another half an hour or so to get through, so yeah, we took the stairs. But it had a really, really good view, so it was definitely worth it going up. That was another cherry blossom tree I found next to a school, I think. And another manhole cover for Osaka in itself, yeah. Right, after we visited Osaka Castle, we went to Denki Town, which is the electronics, oh god, what's the name? Part of the town, I don't know. There's a name for it, but I can't remember it right now. Yeah, it's the electronics part of the town, like Akihabara, in the past. So because like Akihabara, it was the electronics part, it went into Anime Town. Which I didn't really take a picture of it, but I found it funny that, yeah, on this side, every building looks pretty new, and you have a giant Ferris wheel again, and then you go to the other side and it looks just way more old and weathered, and I don't know. I just found the difference in sides of the same bridge again pretty crazy. That was my lunch that day. That's an egg roll with fish flakes on top, some cabbage on the side, and I think it was stuffed with pork. Yeah, it was stuffed with pork. It was really, really good, so yeah. The day after we went... we were back in Kyoto because our hotel was in Kyoto, and we went to a bamboo forest because I wanted actually to go into a real bamboo forest. What I didn't expect was how many people there were. I mean, this already looks full, but that was actually how most of the way was. So there were a lot of people just walking through that forest, which was crazy. And when you emerged from the forest, you came to the river, which looks cool until you realize that they excavated the river to be able to support boats and everything like that. So yeah. Normally the river, all rivers I've seen, at least in Japan, are really, really shallow and just running water, or bit running water, I would say. But yeah, they excavated this part so you could actually take boat tours and everything like that. And from there, we went up another mountain, which actually had a monkey exhibit. I say exhibit, but it's known as the Monkey Mountain because on the top of the mountain, the monkeys just run around. So it's not that it's that the monkeys are caged or anything. No, they are really just running around. That was top view, but yeah, you really had just monkeys running through people and everything, so it's not like, oh, okay, they are caged, or you will see them through behind lines or anything. No, they really just went everywhere. You had a building where they went on top, and this building is where you went inside and were able to feed the monkeys through tiny spaces, so they couldn't attack you while you feed them. Sadly, it wasn't that warm, so normally the monkeys also bathe in that water over here, but because it wasn't that warm, they were just sunbathing all the time. But there were actually a lot of them. Ah, yeah, you can see it here through the mesh. You could feed them, and that was the card you got to visit it, which. After I took a picture, I read through it, and it's kind of questionable English again. If you read it, visitors give monkeys feeds only in the rest house. You can't be brought in monkeys' feeds. Which... yeah. I mean, you can understand what they want to tell you, but yeah. Most of the time, the English translations on stuff are actually not bad, but this was one of the cases where the English translation, you can understand what they want to tell you, but it is really, really bad translated. Right next to the Monkey Mountain was also an onsen, which we went to, and you can't take any pictures inside of onsens. But yeah, I needed anybody who watches onsen episodes knows that there's always a milk machine next to an onsen. So yeah, that's the milk machine over here. You have kohi milk, so coffee milk, strawberry milk, which is isago, and fruit milk. So it's fruitsu milk. Yeah. Or you have just oishi milk. So leckere milk. Tasty milk, sorry, that was German. I got confused with languages a lot at the start of the trip. Later on, it was actually not that bad anymore, but at the start of the trip, I was my brain got so confused because I was traveling with friends, which we talked German with each other. You had, when you went into the shop, you had a 50-50 chance if somebody was talking to you in Japanese or they were talking to you in English, because they knew that you might not know any Japanese. And it was really confusing at the start. Later on, it was fine. You just start talking in Japanese to people in shops, and most of the time they will react to you in Japanese, which is totally fine. Or if you are not confident enough, you can just always try in English, and at least most shop keepers will at least understand if you don't use complex language. For example, if you want to have a plastic bag for your shopping stuff, they will understand that if you tell them plastic bag, or you want a bag. And they will most of the time ask you in any case. But yeah, like I said, my brain really got confused at the start of the trip. But it was the last time around I had the same problem. It was the same day, yeah. At the end of the day, after we went to the onsen and everything else, we went to Kinkakujin, so the Golden Temple, which, at least in my mind, was kind of bigger. I don't know why, but I thought at least the Golden Temple would have been 4 stories tall, but it was only 2. It's not that I was disappointed, I just thought it was bigger, which, now that I say it out loud, sounds kind of dirty, but yeah, I don't know. In my mind, it always looked bigger, but yeah, I don't know. It was actually not that overrun with people, which was kind of surprising too. It has a really, really beautiful water area before it, and because I think it was not overrun because it wasn't bad weather in itself, but it was also not really that crazy good weather in itself. Oh yeah, it has also a tiny waterfall and more cherry blossoms. I think that's the next day. I don't know. I just found another. I think I took nearly everywhere where I found a shrine I took a picture of. Yeah, I did. I deleted already a lot of them, but I still really, really like the Japanese design. So yeah. Next day, lunch. We actually ate sushi, We have, I think that's tuna. This one is, oh, what's it called? Salmon? Salmon? I think that's also salmon. I have no idea. That's fish eggs. This one over here is actually a bit strange because it's squid, giant squid. And it's raw. So we didn't know that. We just bought the assortment of different sushis. And for me, it was fine. My part of squid sushi was a bit chewy, but fine. I went with a friend of mine, and sadly for him, he got a bit of his tentacle of the tentacle of the squid was still on it, and it was so chewy. I kid you not, he was biting and chewing for 5 minutes until he was finally able to swallow. I think I completely ate all my sushi in the time he ate one piece, which was kind of bad. And he said that this was definitely the worst one of the bunch, but yeah, everything else was really good afterwards. And yeah, he also got unagi and another tuna piece. And the unagi one, so the unagi is eel, so it was grilled eel. And he said the grilled eel was the cheapest one, but also the best tasting one. But you never know before, right? Then we got crab. Yeah, crab it's called, right? And he got the strawberry mania crab, which actually took 10 minutes to assemble. You have a tyke. What's a tyke? I don't know, a really thinly rolled oh god damn it, what's it called in English? I don't know. I think crab is also the right word in English. So yeah, you have the crab inside this paper roll, and on top of this they put a lot of strawberries and god damn it, I'm missing the words at the moment. What's it called? But yeah, to assemble this strawberry flower style, it actually, like I said, took 10 minutes. So I also ordered one, but not the strawberry mania, but a strawberry and brownie one, and that just took a minute or so to assemble. And I've completely eaten mine and was still waiting for him to get his. So but he said it was really tasty, so fair enough, I guess. Then the next day we went to Nara Park, which is the deer park. And the same as the monkeys, the deer were just running around. Which was also really strange to me. I mean, I hear that Nara Park had deer running around, but hearing that the deers just run around and that there are a lot of deers, and seeing how many deers are just in that park is crazy. Crazy difference. Also, one rule, even though it's red over here, deers in Nara have always the right of way. So if a deer decides to run over the street, you stop. But yeah. Also, there were a lot of those shops here with umbrella that were selling deer crackers for 200 yen, so €1 and a bit or $1 and a bit, depending on how you want to. So we were always calculating it by 150 yen worth a euro, which is not completely correct. I think when we were there it was 160, but it was easier to calculate with 150. So yeah, it's just a bit more than €1 or $1 for deer crackers. And as soon as you bought them, you were surrounded by deer. Because it was kind of cool, because if you were a bit further away and you had crackers in hand, the deer actually bow toward you and then come close, because they've probably seen a lot of people bowing before in front of the deer. So they kind of copied it and in hopes to get the deer cracker. But yeah, like just a lot of deers. And it's not just a tiny park. No, it's a huge park. And even when you go through the park in itself, and into a forest right behind it, there still are deer around. So there must have been, I don't know, over 1,000 deers in total I've seen that day, which is just crazy. But yeah, it's that was a kind of temple or shrine that also had a lot of cherry blossoms around, which I took pictures of. And then you have this huge temple area we went next. I mean, you can see how huge that is just in comparison to the people. We didn't go through the temple in itself, but there were a few of those gates which had also giant statues on the side. And yeah, it just looks really, really awesome if you have those huge gates. And a lot of people, of course. And a lot of deer. Like I said, they are running around everywhere over there. We were walking for, I think, 2 or 3 hours that day in Nara as well. And everywhere you went, there were deer. I think that's the top of a pagoda that they just displayed over here. That was also pretty huge. I found another dragon I needed to take a picture of that was providing running water to wash your hands before you go into a temple or anything. Another dragon, and sadly I didn't do it, but if you watch anime, you know those wooden tablets where you can make a wish on it and hang it up. But yeah, I didn't feel like doing that in English, because I might have been able to write it in Japanese, but not with katakana, and I'm not really good in writing Japanese in itself. So yeah, I just didn't hang up one. Which I still kind of regret a bit, but yeah. Yeah. Another spot for cherry blossoms, and I needed to take a picture from it. That is an advertisement for a day pass where you can just ride trains. So the first one is trains, the second one is bus, and just through Nara everywhere, just for I think 600 yen for that day, and you can use all public transportations for that day. But I find it funny because they advertise it with a VTuber. They actually have it over here, as you can see. It's a VTuber that is named Nanaka, which is also in katakana down here, so Nanaka. which is a deer VTuber, which is really, really funny. I'm not sure if it is actually a VTuber that is streaming, or if they just had a VTuber avatar represent them. Either way, I think the idea is just funny that VTubing culture in Japan reached the point where they even advertise it in a remote mountain rest point. And yeah, we went around a bit more, found more deer and cherry blossoms, and got to a shrine which had a lot of those lanterns on the side, where they sadly needed to write every few meters that you shouldn't touch anything, which I found really, really sad, that you need to spill out something really obvious that you shouldn't touch anything that is standing around. But yeah. What I also found really funny, I have no idea if, because that is a root from a tree, that's just, that they just, I don't know if that root is so flexible that they could put it that way around so it's not in the way. Or if the root actually was growing and then they decided that they put pillars underneath it to hold it up. I have no idea which way around it is, but it's still funny to me. I don't know. Yeah, I took a better picture of the lanterns that stood on the side. I'm still not sure if actually people still touched the paper points of the lanterns, or if they just got ripped because they got because the weather started to wear them down or stuff. I have no idea, but yeah. That's I think that's the deity of that shrine. So I mean, it makes sense in Nara to have deer deity for your shrine in itself. So that was pretty awesome. Then because there were so many people and we found a pathway a bit to the side that looked like it might be a traveling path where you can just go a bit more through the nature. We went through that in that path just to realize. I mean, that was a bridge, if you want to call it that. That the path ended just on over here, and because one of my friends told us that Nara Park is actually a natural nature park. So what's it called? It's nature protected habitat. That we couldn't run around wherever we wanted. We were not sure if that is actually a travel path, so we went back just in case, not that somebody find us for running around in a nature area where we shouldn't be. Then we found some huge lantern. I think those things on the side were a meter tall, so those lanterns were actually really, really huge. And got to a cherry blossom lake that has actually some tortoises inside, which I found really, really adorable, so I took a picture of him. And it looked really beautiful. There were actually a few people in kimonos as well that looked really, really cool, and they had a few photo shooting with the cherry blossom in the background. After that, we went into a shopping street that I think in the past was something like of a morning market where you can buy fresh ingredients and stuff, but nowadays is a shopping center, a shopping street with stalls where you can buy a lot of food, which is really, really tasty, but also because they probably had they had problems with food dropping around and stuff. You can't really take with you. You need to buy it and eat it directly in front of the stall, or directly. Most of the stalls had tiny areas where you can stand and eat your food, so you don't drop it anywhere. So I didn't really take any pictures, but it was still really tasty. It was a bit more expensive, but yeah, I was on vacation, so yeah. Then I took a small little video to show how fast the Shinkansen actually is, because I couldn't find any indication on how fast we actually went, but if you look at it, it's just crazy fast. And from Kyoto, Osaka, the next stop was Sendai. So we went from Kyoto, Osaka, back over Nagoya, Tokyo, up to Sendai up here, which is, I think, the whole train site is around 400 to 500 kilometers from Kyoto to Sendai, and it took us 4 hours to get there by train, and we needed to change trains in Tokyo. So yeah, Shinkansens are just crazy fast and efficient. Just the whole train system in Japan is just awesome. I mean, in Tokyo, every train inside of Tokyo to underground trains and everything like this normally come in a 4-minute time. So if you miss one in 4 minutes, there will be the next one. And in some stations, there's even in 2 minutes the next one. So because normally it takes around 2 minutes from one station to another. So you have in every station along the line, you have always a train, which is just crazy. But yeah, the next stop was Sendai, and this is actually the view from our window, from our hotel room, which was, I think, yeah, it was the 8th floor, which was the highest one in the hotel. We actually, in every hotel room we were actually in a pretty high up floor. So yeah, still a pretty good view. It still we also discussed it. You cannot really see it, but the brown building behind that beam of the window over here, it is really crazy if you have a apartment on the right side of that building, because like I said, there's another building right over here too, and there are windows on that side, so you have a window that is a meter away from the other building, if even a meter. So even if you open the window, you just directly look into another building, which is crazy to me. I don't know. I have never seen anything like that. Normally, if you have something that is so close together, you just build it directly together. But in Japan, that is actually not the case. Now that I think about it, I think I've never seen huge buildings directly next to each other. If they are next to each other, they always have a tiny spot in between them still. But yeah, you have those huge buildings, and then you have a normal family house in between, which can't get any light at all because in every direction you have huge buildings just taking the sunlight from you. At the evening there, this night we ate, oh, what's it called? It's starting with ja, God damn it. I can't remember the name right now, god damn it. In any case, you have a grill in the middle of your table and get fresh meat on it and can grill yourself. And it will bug me that I can't remember the name. I had the name every time I saw the picture, I had the name, but yeah, now I can't remember. Yakiniku, yeah, which just means a grilled meat. Because yaki means grilling or cooked meat, cooking, and niku is meat. But yeah. Which was also really good. I mean, every food we had, I mean, it wasn't cheap, to be fair, but it was really good. Then, because that was the evening we came to Sendai, the next day we went to two things. First was Date Masamune's grave, which is the one we I will show you over here. I just thought that was really, really cool looking because you have the street that just goes up into the trees. It wasn't that high up, but it just had a sudden drop-off point where it just went up into the sky. It felt like it went up into the sky. And yeah, it was a really beautiful area as well. I hadn't gotten the opportunity to make a picture of that bell like structure before, which is actually pretty cool that it's freestanding, so it's not really bolted down. You could, if you wanted to and were really, really strong, you could probably move it even. But yeah, I also needed to hold back to actually ring that bell because you are not allowed, but it just looks, I really, really wanted to try it out myself, but yeah. That was the temple area or shrine area to that bell, and this had actually a sign in front of it that it's over 330 years old tree that's standing there. It looked a bit decrepit, but I mean, we went there pretty early in the year, so yeah, probably just didn't bloom yet, but yeah. It was one of those trees where you can totally believe that there's a demon sealed into the tree as well. It's another dragon statue, but I also joked to my friends that this would be definitely one thing I would also put in front of my building if I ever had one. That is the doorbell in itself. So you need to go with your hand into the mouth and press a doorbell, and if it's at the time where you normally shouldn't ring any bells, the mouth will just close and bite your hand. Which would be a really, really cool mechanism to prevent people from just ringing your doorbell when they are not supposed to. Oh, yeah. Right next to that shrine was a huge foresty area with giant trees. I mean, that stone tablet is pretty big in itself, and if you look at the tree, it's nearly as wide as a stone tablet in itself, which is just another crazy thing I hadn't expected to find. I found another dragon, and yeah, this is the explanation thing for Date Masamune's grave, which is the Sendai clan founder of the city, kind of. We were just here, and over here where it's the gravesite of Date Masamune, which had that cool gate you could walk through, which has a description of the gate of the dead, because, like I said, you went there from to the gravesite in itself, and I think it said something about only that you needed to be careful when going through the gate, because after the gate is only the dead are allowed or something like that. But yeah. It was beautifully carved even inside, like, as you can see. Over here you had wood carving of flowers and so on in here, where you normally wouldn't even see it, but it's really, really cool wood carvings all over the place. Another dragon statue I needed to take a picture of, not because it was special in itself, but I just found it funny that there were so many people stroking the statue itself that it actually rubbed off the patina of the bronze statue. I think it even said something about if you rub the snout you would get luck, but yeah, I don't know. That's the gravesite of Date Masamune, but there is an ad upcoming any second now, to be fair, so I will take a short toilet break. Be right back. Okay, I'm back, and it should be over in any seconds too. And we are also nearly through the images I've done. So welcome back from that break. And yeah, so like I said, this is Data Masamune's gravesite that is opened on his day of day he died, I think. So the remembrance day of his they open up the mausoleum to the public, but normally it's closed. Yeah, I think that was also just a remembrance stone, but I can't remember. Yeah, and this one is actually the other one we went to in Sendai. That was a must-see site. It's a 108-meter high Buddha statue that is actually that you can actually go inside through a dragon mouse, as you can see. And this is what is inside the Buddha statue. So the head is not, you cannot visit the head itself, but right underneath the head, you can go all the way down through, so you go up through an elevator, and then you go down through a staircase and have a lot of platforms where there are in total 108 Buddha statues inside. So yeah, they had first, before you go into the elevator, they had a few of those statues that represent the animal year, what's it called? God damn it. Every year there's an animal in the Chinese calendar that is represented for representative for that year. For example, horse, ox, snake, dragon, and stuff like this. I think 2 years ago it was the year of the rabbit or something. I don't know which year we have at the moment, but yeah. So they had 12 statues for every animal that is representative of that of the tier animal calendar, and a lot of Buddha statues as well. I actually took a picture of all those statues. I'm not entirely sure how they represented the animal itself, but a few of those pictures were also really blurry because I was hasty going through and making pictures, but yeah. That was actually the only important statue for me, because the snake is actually the year where I was born in. So I actually, because you had a small collection box in front of every statue, I threw in 100 yen to that statue to get luck for myself. But yeah. And after going up through the elevator, you had this small shrine with a Buddha statue where you can rub the belly to get luck, and have a dragon on a sword as well. So I made a better picture as well. And then you have small windows inside of the Buddha where you can look outside to look over the city, which is also pretty big. Sendai is not as crazy big as some other, but it's still a pretty big town. And yeah, then you have 108 of those Buddha statues. All of them look different. At some point we kind of joked that it's more of a character creation display of your character than any Buddha statue, because all of them had something different. For example, that would be the bard, that kind of could be the monk statue. But yeah, it was pretty crazy because you could look down the middle of it. I definitely didn't look down there because I already had a sinking feeling in my stomach just walking down those stairs. But yeah, you could look down, and it kind of looked like in Demon Slayer that demon city where they meet in between that is endlessly going on, and kind of looked like that. But yeah, and down below you have a net that is, or we theorized, is not for people, because if a person would have got thrown over the balustrade, that net wouldn't have helped. But I think for small objects, like if you drop your hand, your phone, or your wallet or something like that, so it's caught and not and doesn't hit anybody else. But yeah, then we found Grass Pikachu in front of a Pokemon Center, and because Sendai was actually one of the only cities where we had 2 full days of time to go through, and only 1 day was planned with stuff we wanted to see. For example, the Buddha, that was the Buddha statue and Masamune's grave. And the other day I finally had time to go just through the city and do what I want. But at the evening of the first day, we went to a gaming center, and we there's a lot of crane games always around, and we never won anything in any other city we went. And in Sendai, I've seen that's a giant gyoza, a giant dumpling pillow. I saw that pillow, and it was a machine. I never really understood how it works, because you have a round platform in the middle where the gyoza was laying above, and it would open up and then fall through that hole, and you get the prize. And you have a crane that is picking up the gyoza and needed to go up and hit a button to open the trap door in the middle. And I was just telling my friend, hey, I have no idea how this really works. It looks like you should win every time. And I took 100 yen, because it takes 100 yen, put it in, pressed the button, and directly won that prize. I didn't expect to win anything. I just put in 100 yen because I thought, okay, I want to see what happens and how this works. And I won directly. So now I had a giant pillow, because that is a normal remote control of a television. Yeah, I just had a giant gyoza pillow all of a sudden, which wasn't that bad, because some hotel rooms had 2 pillows, and I always like to have 2 pillows, but most of them only had 1, and now I had a second pillow all the time, which was really, really nice. But also I had a giant pillow I needed to think about how to take back to Germany, but I did manage it, so yeah. But yeah, that's a manhole or a fire hydrant cover from Sendai, which I found really cool. Then I found more cherry blossom and a river. To Sendai Castle I went that day, where I just could walk around, so I just went around the city, and then found that I could just go up a mountain to Sendai Castle, so I went up there, which was a pretty cool viewing spot as well, because it was a bit up at a mountain. And I just took that picture because over here you can see that Buddha statue we went the day before, which still looks really, really imposing even from here, because it is so far away and you can still see it very clearly. Yeah, and it was the path I took up to get here. And that's a statue of Date Masamune that had always that half moon helmet on top of him. I found also another koi pond. And in the evening we ate... wow, the names are running away from me today. Katsudon, which just means pork cutlets, and don is just for rice bowl. So yeah, those are pork cutlets with different sauces and other garments. You can just, I think that was soy sauce, salt, I think vinegar, oil, some kind of paste. That one was kind of non-spicy. Oh, what's it called? Normally it's green. God damn it. I don't know. It was a reddish kind of paste. Then we thought it was pepper, but one of my friends tasted it and it didn't seem to be pepper. Onion, not onion, goddammit, lime, lemon, and ingwer. Is it ingwer in English as well? I have no idea. Ginger, it's in English it's ginger, and pickled ginger. It was really, really tasty. From Sendai, we actually went to the ryokan place, which was a bit of a hassle because we by the time we went on from Sendai, all of us had a second luggage, big luggage. So because our flight allowed us to have two luggages and one small hand carry-on, and one small carry-on. All of us had now a big luggage to go around, and we needed to go from Sendai to Yamagata, and from Yamagata that we could take with a train, and from Yamagata we got to Oishida, and from Oishida we needed to take a bus into the mountain to Ginza. I think that's over here somewhere. That is a small town. I don't know, it should be somewhere around here. Ah, yes, Ginza. It is a small... Ah, yeah, Ginza Onsen. Yeah, okay. So it's a small onsen town over here. And as you can see, there really is not much over here. It's just a small little town, if you even want to call it a town. And we needed to take a bus from there with 6 big luggages, which was pretty crazy. But we managed it, and while we were driving with the bus, we all of a sudden noticed that there was mountains of snow still lying around. That was a week ago now? Yeah, a week ago. A week ago we reached Ginza, and there was still snow lying around. Even so, I think it was that day we got there. There was between 10 and 14 degrees Celsius. So it was already pretty warm, but you still have those small mountains of snow lying around everywhere. As you can see, that here's snow, and you even have a huge amount of snow over here. And as soon as we reached Ginza, it was even crazier. This is all snow still lying around. And then we got into our ryokan, which is just traditional Japanese inn, if you want so. Onsen inn, whatever. We actually took pictures from the room because it's traditional Japanese style bedding and everything. So we had 3 beds, 2 chairs, and those sliding window covers, which were pretty cool, and an awesome view. I mean, the place was pretty pricey. I think we calculated we paid around 200 euros a night, and we stayed there for 2 nights. But it was also really awesome. So that is a waterfall right in front of our window. As you can see here, that's the view outside. So we had still a lot of snow. Then we had the waterfall over here. Right over to this side, there's an onsen right from our hotel, or from that was from our, I just called hotel, whatever. The hotel itself had an onsen area, so a hot spring bath, yeah, hot spring bath, goddammit. Words elude me today. And you could go directly from over here down a pass to the onsen town itself. We also had the first time I've actually seen it in animes. You always see those little rooms where you can put your futons and everything like that. So that's the first time I actually seen that as well in a room. So that was pretty awesome. Yeah. So after we stored all our luggages, we went down to the town, took more pictures of the waterfall and the snow that was lying around everywhere. And it's a pretty cool sight. It has, I mean, most of the water from the waterfall is probably melt water from all the snow that is still lying around. But yeah, that river or small river, I don't know if there's a word in between, but yeah, was pretty fast flowing. So I think this was the entrance to a mine shaft. You could normally visit as well if the weather was better, but it was more of a dripping cave at the moment, and it was completely closed off. So yeah, but the town in itself was just so cool looking. So we took actually a lot of pictures, and I whittled it down to the best looking ones. You have all those buildings over here, or most of those buildings are actually other hotel rooms or ryokans that we could have booked, but they were already booked out when we tried to get a room, which in hindsight was actually really good, because yes, ours was a bit further away from the center. But because of that, we had a really nice view on of the waterfall, and we're more private as well. Yeah, a lot of people on this day, because we arrived on a Sunday, and afterwards we learned that a Sunday is one of the busiest days in that town, and most stores also have special things they sell on Sundays. For example, those are onsen eggs. Onsen water is actually not that hot, so it's around 40 to 44 degrees Celsius, which is not hot enough to completely boil an egg, but it is enough to boil it in a way that there are no problems eating the eggs in itself, but they are still fluidy inside, so the egg whites are still in a fluid state, and the egg yellows or yolk is kind of not runny anymore. So yeah, it was interesting to eat for sure. And every morning we also got with every breakfast we got onsen eggs as well. So yeah, you had also all over the place those foot baths, which would have been nice in theory, but in practice, I don't know. My shoes were pretty hard to take off and on, so yeah, I didn't bathe my feet. God damn it. Oh yeah, that picture I also took because you have the river, but you have a giant amount of snow in the middle of the river, which is still holding on, which just looked crazy to me. We also talked to the ryokan people at some point, and they told us that it can happen that some winters there's a meter of snow falling in one day. So yeah, that's just insane. But yeah, I think most of the pictures that are left is food related, because every evening we got 7 menu course every day or every evening, which this one was the first one. It's is it broccoli? Yeah, broccoli tempura with some sweet potato, some green tofu or mochi-like thing, I think, and some vegetable and some fish underneath it. Then the next one was Wagyu beef shabu shabu. Shabu shabu means that you take the meat and just, because it's so thinly sliced, you move it through boiling liquid. So you took that were 2 slices of beef, and you had this hot soupy liquid over here where you just put that meat through. Oh, damn it, we didn't take a picture of that. But yeah, you just put it through, moved it around a bit until it was cooked, and then you had this sauce over here where you can just put the beef into and then eat it. It was really, really tasty. The next course, none of us were a big fan. It was, what's it called? God damn it. Is it scallops? I need to search that really quick. Mussels. Okay. So it's in English, it's kind of close to German, whatever. So yeah, it's mussel soup, which kind of tasted okay, but none of us were a big fan of mussels. So yeah. After that, we got fish on red rice, some sashimi that was fatty tuna and non-fatty tuna, I think, plus giant shrimp. And the last one in everything was always soba, because our hotel was called Soba and Waterfall Inn. So we got a giant case of soba with some soy sauce to dunk it in. And on the first day it was tempura with rock salt, which also was really tasty. And the last one was always a sweet dish, which was, I think, peach ice with mango and hot green tea. And after we've eaten, they had a shuttle bus that was going to the onsen town, so you could watch it in the evening, which was actually really cool. We wouldn't have needed the shuttle bus in itself, because it actually takes only 5 minutes from the hotel to go down by foot. But you could also take the shuttle bus, which took a kind of different path, but also only took 5 minutes. We were a bit exhausted, so we took the shuttle bus. Also, it was raining. That was the other reasons why we took the shuttle bus. But yeah, it was really worth it going down, just because it looked really awesome in the dark. So you have all those foot baths and so on, steam rising up, and everything is illuminated, which looks just awesome with those traditional style Japanese buildings. And they even illuminate the water underneath a bridge with green light, which just also made the water look really, really cool in itself. Like I said, I'm just a huge fan of the traditional Japanese style buildings, and having them illuminated at night just looks really, really awesome next to each other, with all those tiny bridges in between and stuff. So yeah, we have the dragon egg kind of thing from the day that now is empty. And yeah, you went through all the onsen town, and in the end you come to the waterfall, which is illuminated in different colors, which also looks really, really cool. So that was white, that was kind of violet. And oh yeah, and then we have the next morning. That was our breakfast. So that was the breakfast I didn't tell that, but yeah. We had our own lunch room where we were served our meals instead of a common room with everyone else. And when we came in, that was the lunch that was presented, but they even brought more things. That will be the next image, will be the complete lunch, which I just barely managed to get on the table in itself. But yeah, you have that's very fine tofu that is heated up by a candle underneath, and you have the soy sauce that you can mix in with it. Then you have a salad, something sweet. I think it was cherry yogurt or something like that. The onsen egg, natto, which I've never eaten before, so I took at least the opportunity and tried out. It's okay. My thoughts on it is, if somebody serves it to me and it would be the only thing that I can eat, I would be able to eat it. But if the opportunity comes up to eat something else, I would probably decide to eat something else. It's not bad, but I could eat it, but it's also okay, I would say at most. Yeah, and then you had always a platter of different things. For example, that is sweet potato again, something fish. I think that was chicken, potato salad, some vegetable that was, I don't know, I never was really a fan of that black vegetable. I have no idea. I think it's a root or something of, but yeah. I've eaten it most of the time, but yeah, not really a fan. And some other pickled vegetable. And yeah, that's the rest of it. So they brought you rice, miso soup, and the first day was salmon fish, I think. Yeah, I think that, no. That's not so. Anyway, so you always got fish, rice, and miso soup that was warm, and the rest was always cold. And like I said, that's a huge breakfast that barely just managed to go on, get on the table. After we've eaten, we walked around a bit more and found another English sign that was, I think, our running gag for the rest of the trip. Because danger ahead, slipping to death, no one can help. It's just such an awesome sentence. Especially the last part was the running gag for the rest of the trip for us. With no one can help. It's just, I mean, it's true, but it's just so funny that every moment we had an opportunity, we ended our sentence with no one can help. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, then even in the evening, we had another 7-course meal. This time, the first one was kind of meh. We got, I think, sea cucumber, some fish pate, shark, which all of us were not a fan at all. I don't know. It just is a bit hard to eat and doesn't really taste that well. So yeah, I don't know. The next one was sashimi with another fish. Sashimi of tuna and fugi, which was a bit of a surprise for us, but yeah, we survived, so it wasn't poisonous, but yeah. The next one was rice boiled in a banana leaf with some, it wasn't sugar, but it made it kind of sweet, so that was also really good. Then we had another Wagyu beef, but this time as a stew. Not shabu shabu style, but as a stew in itself. That was also really, really tasty. And they asked us if we wanted rice with it, and we said yes. And afterward, we kind of regretted it, because after that course, nearly all of us were already really full. So we were really happy when the next one was just a bit more fish on a giant plate. The last one was soba again with a hot soup this time around, which tasted much better than, because soba is always cold. So the first time around it was soba, and soy sauce is also cold, which meant you just had cold soy sauce noodles that you ate. And this time around we had a hot soup next to it, which was way better to dunk them in. And the last one was, I think, a strawberry yogurt kind of deal with another hot green tea. and our last breakfast before we went away. And this time around, it's even crazier. So this was again the setup we came into, and after they brought us everything else, so yeah, so we have fish again and more fish, but cold in the middle, and also natto and other stuff again. The only thing I really realized is I can eat fish in the morning, but I'm not the biggest fan of fish in the morning. Like I said, it's the same deal as with natto. I can eat it if there's nothing else, but if I could eat something else, I definitely wouldn't eat fish in the morning, but it's fine. Yeah. So, with that, we left Ginza and went back to Tokyo. And yeah, the last few pictures are just more Tokyo in itself. So we had 3 more nights. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 3 more nights. Which meant we had 2.5 days because we flew back in the morning from Tokyo back to from Japan back to Germany. And yeah, it was pretty cool. That was I think a theater or something like that, and I just needed to take a picture because you had that cool looking theater and behind it you had a giant building that looks like it's way back, but it's directly behind the theater, which just looked crazy to me. Then we went into a park, which had a lot of cherry blossoms. Now all over Tokyo there were cherry blossoms blooming, which was really, really cool. Another English sign that is just awesome is translated. For me, that made my day. Don't think, eat. It's just a statement everybody should live to. I'm very, very certain that should be something everybody should hold up to. But yeah, in Japanese, I think it just says that everything you eat will be very, very delicious. But yeah, they translated it with "don't think, eat." Which, yeah, it's just funny, I don't know. Then another photo I took was from this Japanese street. I don't know, it just looks awesome in itself. It's just such an interesting, picturesque street, which looks overwhelming, but also pretty cool in itself. But as soon as you go, I just went to the right side and went one street over, and then you have that small street with tanukis on the right side, a tree growing in the middle, which is just a totally different, also picturesque image, but still completely different, which I just found so interesting. I don't know. And then, yeah, I took a few more pictures of different cherry blossom and shrine images. I just love that there's a lot of cherry blossom petals on the ground everywhere now. Even that is a park on the left side and you can see everywhere where cherry blossoms. Then, oh yeah, that's the game I played a lot, and it's a rhythm game. And that was my best play I did all of the week. I can't remember. I I think it's Okeki or something like that, or is this Ocheki? I can't remember the name, but basically you have the 3 note buttons. You have a joystick in the middle to switch lanes with your character, and you have on the right side and on the left side you have bumpers. You can also you also need to hit in between when you play the map. I really enjoyed that game. I played a lot of it. And yeah, we have an image just of how an arcade normally looks like if you go inside. I mean, it is a bit difficult if you don't speak any Japanese at all. You will sometimes have a really hard time getting into any game, because most games don't have any option to play in English. So you need to at least have a basic understanding of some of the English of the Japanese language, that you can navigate through the menus and stuff like this. But it's kind of intuitive, so yeah. And then I've eaten another crab with a brownie, and yeah. And alright, then we went in Akihabara. There's also a shrine, and we went to that as well. And that's my last big meal in Tokyo, which was tempura, which also was really tasty. And a river with cherry blossom petals in it, which just it looks strange but also really beautiful. I don't know. And then I spotted the Pikachu airplane, or the Pokemon airplane, which is a rare thing you can actually travel with. But yeah, it wasn't ours, but it looked pretty cool. And that is the last picture, I think. Let me see. Oh no, there's one more. On the way back, because we started in the morning, but we flew up Japan, over Alaska, Greenland, and Iceland, next to England, and then into Germany. We actually, I think that was over Greenland. I'm not sure if that is the sun or the moon, and the windows in itself. I'm not sure if that really was red, and because the windows was tinted, that it then came out as violet. I have no idea, but it looked so crazy I needed to take a picture of it. But yeah, that should have been the last picture. Yeah, alright, the only one I have afterwards is I bought something from my mother because she did 3D pictures before, so she had multiple times the same picture and cut it up and made a 3D image out of it. I got her some paper bonsai she can put together, so yeah. And because I gave it to her already, I made a picture of it, so yeah. Yes, that's basically my travel through Japan. Still a lot of pictures, I know, but believe me, it's already way less than there could have been. Yeah, so I now have a lot of stuff that I bought, so I wanted to show that. Give me a moment. I need to set up my hand camera real quick. Okay. Yeah, that should be fine. So, I didn't buy that crazy amount of stuff, but after I unloaded everything from my luggage, I realized that it's still a lot of stuff that I all put down over here on my table, so I have it close. But yeah, one of the first things, I didn't hang up one of those wooden boards, but I bought one so I could put it on the wall in my room. I think it's a really cool design. Then I have 2 wooden postcards. I was actually thinking of sending those from Japan to Germany to my grandmother and my sister. But in the end, I didn't have the time because I bought them on the last few days in Tokyo, and I didn't manage to get stamps and everything and figure out if I could actually send those as cards through post. So yeah, I will just give them to them. But I think it's cool that you have those in wood. So it's not just paper that you can easily lose. You can really have wooden panels. The next thing I want to have out of the way, so I can actually put it away, is I bought a complete series of books. God damn it! And half of them just went down the floor on the floor. Come on. Okay, the ad is running. So, yeah, I bought a complete book series of Yotsubato, which is in a very easy Japanese manga. Just give me a moment. While the ads are running, I can pick up the last books. Okay, yeah. Let me take another sip because I'm talking way too much. So yeah, okay, so it's still running. But yeah, I actually got lucky because the series Yotsubato is going on for a long time now, because the author only releases, I think, 1 book a year or something like that. And book 16 just came out this year, I think even just only last month. And I got lucky because all the other ones, 1 to 15, I got secondhand. Which, if you would buy it anywhere else secondhand, that would mean, okay, it's completely unusable anymore. But in Japan, secondhand just means somebody took it out of and probably still read it, but it's nearly mint condition. So yeah, normally even one book would cost I mean, the first book here, it says 600 yen, and because somebody already sold it secondhand, it's 350 yen secondhand. But I got book 1 through 15 secondhand for in total 3,300 yen, which means I paid under I think under 200 or 200 yen per book, which is just an insane price in itself. So yeah, like I said, I got book 1 through 15 secondhand, and 16 because it's brand new. I also got brand new, which was 770 yen, which is pretty pricey even for a manga in Japan, but yeah. So I have now the complete series as it is at the moment. So yeah, I think I mean, I had book 1 and 2 already at home, but because of the price difference, it just didn't make sense to buy 3 to 15 even secondhand. I would have paid more than what I did when I have not even with 1 and 2 that I didn't need. But yeah, so yeah, the complete book series of Gyotsubato, which I will read it now that I have it. I've already put them down. Okay, so I've already read, I think, the first 2 books, plus maybe a bit more online before, but yeah. So the next thing, which was maybe a bit strange, but I bought shampoo because in every hotel they always had shampoo for that you could buy, that you use for free, and it is way better than anything I had in Germany until now. So I thought, okay, let's buy something from there and try out if it's better than anything. The strange thing in Japan is they have water that is heavily mixed with chlor. Probably to because the piping system is sometimes very old, so to regulate the water quality, they put a lot of chlor in the drinking water, but that also attacks the hair very, very crazy. But I didn't have any problems with that shampoo, so yeah, I will see. I have pretty long hair, so I thought it's probably a good idea to buy it. So the next things I bought are a tiny hollow doll, which is pretty cute, and some key rings or figures to hold. So we have Horo again, Frieden from Frieden, which I just love it's just such a cool little trinket. You have her coat that is meant to fact stuck over here, and the face is just saying everything. I love it. Then we have Nagatoro from Nagatoro, and the main character from The Angel Next Door Spoils Me Rotten, which is also one of my favorites. And really, really cute. The funny part is, by accident, I actually bought this twice. I seem to have bought it before and forgot about it because I didn't unpack it and hang it on my my backpack like this one. And after I arrived back home and unpacked everything, I realized that I bought it twice by accident, which is actually not so bad because one of my colleagues is also a pretty big fan of the series, so I will just give it to him. But yeah, I really, really like those little key things. And this one. So, next, when you go to Japan, you can't escape gachapon, to be fair. And I am really unlucky when it comes to gachapon, and this is the example. I've seen this on a gachapon machine, and you had 3 things that you can get with gachapon. Oh, normally they show you what other things you could have gotten, but yeah, you had 3. This is a Torii gate, and you had 3 things you could get. You could get one with a dog, which I got, one with a lantern, which kind of looks like this and was red, and one I can't remember, that was yellow, I think, and had also something different. And I definitely didn't want the dog one because I'm not a huge fan of dogs myself. And I got the dog one, and I thought, yeah, that's perfectly sums up my luck with gachapon. A friend of mine, or both friends of mine I went with, also played a lot of gachapon, and they always got what they wanted, even when there were 5 choices to get, and they didn't want one but the rest. They got all of the characters they wanted. Sometimes maybe they got also that one they didn't want, but they never got more than one duplicate of anything, which is just insane to me. Yeah, I just don't get lucky with anything. But yeah. Then I got a Chomonosuke from Konosuba, which is the cat of Megumin. I haven't unpacked that actually. I was looking for him for a while, but nobody actually sold any of him online, and I went into a clothing shop, or that mainly sold clothing, and they had one. So that was a no-brainer for me. I really wanted him. Ah, okay, it's because Konosuba 3 is out now. Okay. Yeah, I just love Chomonosuke. Chomonosuke is so cute. I really love cats. So, then, oh right, what I also got was, I'm, as you maybe know, a huge fan of Final Fantasy XIV, and Paladin is my main class, so I got another key chain thingy with Paladin, my main class, which I really like too. I will definitely put that one on my keyring as well. Then I asked my colleagues what they wanted, and one of them said, okay, I want a lot of snacks from Japan, so for all my colleagues I just bought a lot of different snacks that I will bring them tomorrow and we can try out in lunch, because I haven't really tried out any of those myself either. So those are 2 flavored, I don't know if it's syrup or anything like that. So it's one is apple flavored, so apuru, and the other one is gurepu, so grapes. And not entirely sure if that will be any good or not, but it's 21% apple and 18% grape. So what can go wrong? So then we have potato sticks that are, I don't know, I have no idea what flavor this actually is, but yeah, some potato sticks, some rice crackers, some a bit dented potato fry-like looking potato chips that is beef flavored, so we will see what that is. And another thing I won from a claw machine, it's some candy that is ramune flavored, I think, which I paid way too much to get 1 stick of, but I don't want to talk about it. And something that's not for my colleagues but for my sister, because she really loves melon flavor. It's mochi in melon flavor, so I hope she likes it. I hope my colleagues like them as well, so you will see. I can report back on Friday, because that will be sadly the next time I stream, because after a long vacation I already need to go on a work trip on Monday, which is kind of sad, but yeah. For my father, I got from King Kakuji, so from the Golden Temple, I got plum wine, which I also hope he enjoys. He's a big fan of different alcoholic drinks, so I thought plum wine is one of the perfect gifts for him. Oh right, I missed something for my colleagues as well. There's a huge debate online if those crackers that look like bamboo sprouts, or the crackers that taste the same but are shaped like mushrooms taste better, which tastes the same, but that one is apparently the better one. And we have almonds in a matcha coating, which I haven't eaten yet. I have eaten almonds in a chocolate coating, so we will see how that is. Next, I got something else. I told you, I said that we went to the shrine in Akihabara. That is because that shrine is selling IT security talismans. So, and because I'm working in an IT firm, I thought it is very funny to bring back an IT security charm for my workplace. So I bought one of those. that I will take with me tomorrow. And for my niece, I got a cute charm that is to grow up well. So I thought that looks really, really cute. So that's for my niece. Then I got 2 plates that I also want to hang on my wall. One of them is from Kyoto, as you can tell, and the other one is from Tokyo, which had just really cool looking designs, and I will hang on my wall. It's actually pretty crazy. The one in Kyoto, I bought directly in Kyoto, as you might assume, but it cost me 3,000 yen, which is 15 euros. Wait, no, 20 euros, which is pretty crazy amount. And this one I bought on the airport in Tokyo with my last bit of yen, and it cost me only 1,200 yen, which is not even 10 euros. Which is just crazy, because both plates are the same, with just different motifs. And this one was in a duty-free area, which is normally pretty pricey. And it cost less than the Kyoto one. I don't know, that just rubbed me the wrong way. I don't know. But yeah. Alright. Something that cost me a lot of grief, actually. I bought a paper umbrella in Kyoto, which is looking pretty cool. I can't open it up and show it to you, sadly. It's just paper, violet paper. My problem with this is it just barely fit in my luggage. And when I say barely fit, I needed to put it lengthwise, and normally I should have put it so the upper part, the umbrella is all the way through my luggage, but I couldn't, because I promised my friend, who is a huge collector of figures, that he could use a bit of my luggage space for a figure. What I didn't realize at this time, because I didn't try it with the umbrella, is that the umbrella was so huge. So I promised him luggage space, which he happily took, and now the umbrella actually wouldn't have fit if I didn't have a luggage that could be bent a tiny bit. So I needed to wrestle with, every time I opened up my luggage, I needed to wrestle back shut because of the umbrella. But yeah, I managed to get it home. That's all that counts. The next thing, I found a collaboration from Animate, which is a merchandise store that had collaborated with Final Fantasy, or Square Enix in general, but Final Fantasy in this case. And I brought an acrylic stand, or an acrylic piece for Shadowbringer, which is a really, really good, one of the best expansions of Final Fantasy. And I must say, it looks really awesome. So, the only problem I have with everything in Japan is that most of the time it's just 4 times packaged, which is just crazy. But yeah, I must say it looks really, really cool. Okay, So for the next thing, I thought, okay, I didn't want to buy for my I wanted to have something for my department that I'm working in, and we are 5 people in the department, and I didn't want to buy something for everyone. So, or I didn't want to get different things for all of them. So I thought, okay, we have 5 people, and I found this cute 5 set of different cats. So now I can say, okay, everybody can choose a cat for their desk, and I had a cool little gift for everyone now without much trouble. The next one is something I kind of want to do on stream, but it will be pretty hard. It's a puzzle, but a special puzzle. It's from Freerin, but can you see it? Kinda. The puzzle, the overall design is made up of scenes from the anime, 3,500 scenes from the anime to be precise, that make up Freeren's face. So that will be a pretty crazy puzzle to make. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to that one. I'm not entirely sure when I will do this, but I definitely want to do that on stream. So the next things are new stuff for my room. I have a lot of space on my wall, and I wanted to hang up some different tapestries or stuff like this. So I found those designs. For example, this one is 2 dragons, a black and a white dragon. This one is a dragon on a mount, on a mountain, Mount Fuji background and some waves. And this one is a pagoda and on black and white, which is pretty cool. So yeah, those things I will hang up on my wall in the next few days. And then I couldn't leave Japan without some figures of my own. I'm not really a figure collector, but some figures just jumped at me. For example, I am a Holo fan, so I got a figure for not even 1,000 yen of Holo, so yeah, I couldn't pass that up. Let me actually open that up real quick. Sometimes those fingers are like packed in like Fort Knox. That is crazy. Oh yeah. Yeah. Of course it's... There's another bit of tape to hold it together. And 2 more on the sides, right. Because why not? And even more tape. Okay, we have the base. Come on. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Actually is really good, yeah. Especially for the price. Okay, let's clean up a bit. Then I got Shio from No Game No Life for nearly 4,000 yen. The problem is, after I bought this, because I haven't seen that, I only have seen that in claw games, and those normally are just way more expensive than they should be. I just bought this figure in the first store I've seen, which was a mistake, because after that I found the same figure for under 1,800 yen, I think 3 more times, which is really annoying. But yeah, I won't open that one yet. Another one I bought is from Apothecary Diary. Momo na, I think. Nee, Mao. Yeah, Mao. A sitting figure where she has cat ears and while she tasting good food, which is also pretty cute. One figure that I'm a bit annoyed I bought. Frieren, how she's while she's eaten by a mimic. The problem is, the figure is okay, but there were 2 versions. One where she's eaten by the mimic this way, and one where the mimic is open and Frieren is falling with the back into the mimic and making her typical Frieren face, which this piece over here demonstrates really good, as soon as I can. So she's falling in with kind of this face, and I really wanted that figure, but on the day I bought this, that was the second to last full day, I was really tired and just saw that figure, thought it was the one I wanted, and bought it, and realized back in the hotel room that it was the wrong one. I mean, it's still a good figure, but I was a bit annoyed with myself. I mean, it's still funny that she is eaten by the mimic, but it's the wrong one, not the one I wanted. But yeah. Next, Monster Hunter. I bought 2 Lucky Draw Monster Hunter figures. I haven't opened those. There is different monsters that can be inside, and I have no idea which one I got. So let's open them up and see what kind of monster we've drawn. How much tape is on that thing? How do I open this? Oh, goddammit. Scissors. Hä? How am I supposed to open those? Okay, doesn't seem like I can open it without destroying the package completely. And the first one we got... Ooh, Nurgakuga, I think. Yeah. That one. Nurgakurga, yeah, genau. Nice. That's actually pretty neat. It's actually one of my favorites. And it looks pretty cool. Okay, how do I... Ooh, you get a small little trading card as well. Oh, that looks pretty cool. Okay. Okay, my question is, which side goes where? I think that one, yeah, goes here. So that means that should fit somewhere in here. Yeah, I mean it is a flying creature, so it kind of makes sense that it's so high up, but yeah. Okay, let's open up the second one and see what other creature, what other monster we get, not creature. We can't get the same one because it's a different edition. I mean, we can have a look. So, let me have a look. Okay. Ooh, we can get Nergigante. Nergigante. I think this one is the one that makes other creature's insane. Oh yeah, that one is fire, explosion, tiger. I think I don't know that one. I'm also not sure about that one. That is the fire tail guy. Okay, let's just open it up. I'm not sure if I know every single one of the ones on the package. Can be that some of them are from Monster Hunter games I haven't played, so we got... Oh, Nergigante, another favorite of mine. Wow, I really got lucky this time around. Nergigante is also one of my favorites. As you can see, he's actually down here in the middle, underneath the screen. Nice. Let's build him really quick, and then we are already kind of through. Which is kind of good because my throat kind of is saying, what the hell are you doing? Why are you talking all of a sudden that much? Okay, how do I do this? Ah, there we go. Ring number 1. Oh, it's not completely. Okay, it feels like it's not completely, that it doesn't completely fit. Ah, okay, it fits. Just needed to slide it in. Interesting. Okay. Nice. Awesome. I love it. Okay, where do I... doesn't seem to have any point. It's held up. Is it really just? Okay, seems like it's... Oh, wait. Ah. The feet actually have points to put in. Okay. And then the middle part is really just to hold him better up, it seems. Okay, it seems a bit unnecessary. Because it's holding up pretty well on its own. But probably if you move it a bit, it's better to have the support at some over here. And it's not really that crazy, yeah. And it still looks good. Okay, we can now, when I understood that right, yeah, connect those two. Nice. Actually, for my luck normally, like I said, is really, really bad. So I'm actually really surprised that I got two of the best ones for me, at least, that I like the most. So nice, awesome. And here we have the card. I'm not really the biggest fan of the bow, so. Ah, but we have also a gun lancer in the back there, so that's fine. Neat. Okay. That was all of it. Like I said, it's not a crazy amount of stuff I bought, but a good amount. And yeah, I think for today that will be it. I hope you enjoyed my retelling of my visit of Japan. I had a really, really good time in Japan. I kind of miss Japan already. There's so much things that I enjoy way more than here, but hey, yeah, I will be back in the future. Yeah, let's see. Who can we rate? Let's rate Chevy Kid. He's playing another round of Farming Simulator. Okay. Like I said, I hope you enjoyed my recap of my Japan adventures, and yeah, I will be back on Friday, sadly, because I need to do a work trip, and yeah, but yeah, On Friday, we will be looking through what Steam games came out in the time I was in Japan, and after we decided what game to play, play that game probably. Even if we don't find anything good, we can still look into what Monster Hunter Wilds got new patches. And yeah, so that will be what we will doing on what we are doing on Friday. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed my stream today, and don't forget to eat, sleep, drink, and take care of yourself. And see you guys on Friday. Bye bye.